Well, this is relaxing music. I just have it set to random and it picks something called Night Walks on the Rooftops. Happy Friday. Hopefully everyone's doing alright. The last couple days have been very tiring for me. We had pretty much almost the first real snowstorm of the entire winter come through early this week. So Wednesday afternoon, my kids were super loud, super rowdy. Got after them multiple times. They needed to quiet down, and they were still very, very loud. Yesterday, I had a talk with them about food on the bus, which is something we've talked about before. We had to talk about it again because they keep bringing food, snacks, and candy on the bus and eating it on the bus and leaving crumbs and candy and whatever else on the floor. And I literally, in the process of reminding them, no food on the bus. Food stays put away. You can have it when you get home, when you get off the bus. And they're like, there's a kid with a sucker right in front of me as I'm explaining this. I was like, no, you come up here, you throw that away. And then I had one of my middle schoolers who was clearly eating something throughout the ride. So they were already going to lose points for that. And then about halfway through the trip, a boy tells me that there's a banana that has been left on the floor and it's disgusting. And I'm like, oh joy. So I love how they told me about the banana, but nobody made any efforts to deal with it. Sure enough, I get to the end of my route and I go back and I look, and yeah, somebody had brought a banana on the bus yesterday. The banana ended up on the floor, ended up getting stepped on and kicked around. So now it's all squishy and there's bits of banana everywhere and banana juice all over the floor. And I'm like, really? On the same day where I specifically had a chat with you guys about bringing food on the bus. And then this morning, so yesterday I spent like 20 minutes cleaning my bus after afternoon route. Clean up the banana, clean up every scrap of paper I can get, all of the wrappers, everything. So this morning, just after morning route, they're leaving papers on the floor again. I found crumbs from somebody eating. And I found an entire little orange stuck in the back window. And the orange was actually pretty hard, which tells me that it was pretty frozen. So I think the orange was actually there from yesterday. So that's a great start to the Friday. Outside that, it's like the last 2 nights I didn't sleep all that great. I've got a crick in my neck and into my upper right back. I actually took some painkillers for it today, but it is finally Friday. Hopefully everyone's gonna have a good weekend, myself included. Nice reset period. And then Monday is ski school. Today is going to be more satisfactory. Good morning, Pouncy. I hope you're doing well. Let me swap this over. So, if you were around yesterday? Yes, yesterday. Yesterday we got our plutonium up and running. Which I think is the second time playing this game I've ever actually gone as far as doing plutonium. I remember doing some plutonium in my very first playthrough and struggling with it. The main issue right now with this plutonium plant is that while I have waste and I have water taken care of, it is still lacking on fuel because the fuel distribution is not even. So some of the plants in this back half are turning on and off. That, however, is not my primary interest right now. I want to check on our oil situation, because when I looked at some of it yesterday, we were running out of oil. So there's like half or more of the fuel generators are down because these aren't running. And these aren't running. I hope you do too, Bouncy. I hope you do too. Because these aren't getting enough residue to produce enough fuel, because these things are not getting enough oil. So we need to fix the oil situation. Because I very suddenly seem to have a distinct lack of oil in the top of this section. So I have a lack of oil in most of this. Oops. So let's check on the tanks. Okay, the tanks look good, which means that I have a flow problem somewhere. So I have this mixer going. They are all at max capacity. must have a specific issue with these. Yeah. Okay, that is the problem. Because this pipe down here has oil. But I'm struggling to get it into anything. What's fun with these pipes? This should be able to pump a lot more than that. It is just absolutely struggling to get them to go up this damn pipe. Because the pipe is full, and the tank is not. The tank has like nothing in it, and it's trickling. Until I stare at it, and then it starts to fill. No idea where I put the power coupling in here. I don't remember where I put the power switch. This is just half the I don't know that I put up one of these for the other half. I want to turn off the output and see if I can get some input. Because either I'm not being able to get enough off of the main line and into these tanks to make it back out through these outlets, or I have too much that I'm taking out of these pipes. But the pipes beyond where I'm pulling from look fine. So there's theoretically enough in the pipes. I'm just going to try and get it into the system. Because it's not a lack of oil in the system. And the flow rates are absolutely maxed out on a couple of these. They are feeding both the lower plastic and the rubber. Man, that amount is fluctuating wildly. Might have too many things on too few pipes. Maybe the issue. Because these buffers are absolutely struggling to get anything. So I tried putting a mini mixer here to try and even the flow through all of them. But I still have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5... I only have 5 pipes for 8 stations. I may be asking too much flow. They can only handle 600 apiece, and a bunch of these are maxed out on flow. Those lower pipes are like 2 outlets per pipe. Yeah, the lower ones are like 2 outlets per pipe. So I've got 8 of those, and I've got 5 of these. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. probably need at least 6. But if it's 2 apiece, then actually it should have been 4. Top pipe here, it's straight to this thing. It's not even interlinked with anything else. Until you get down here, and then I have it cross-threaded. It shouldn't be a pumping issue. It shouldn't be a pumping issue because everything's going through those tanks, and then it would be gravity fed most of the rest of the way down. Granted, those tanks are pretty high down there. They have pumps on both ends right now. Some of these aren't even unloading because there just isn't room inside the station even to put them in. So maybe I should keep one of these pipes up and feed it like directly into the bottom here. Then I could eliminate these pumps. That's water. Get rid of you, 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 and you. That pipe. Where's that one pipe going? Okay, that one's a direct injection into this rubber plant over here. I try. These are gonna clip pretty good. And I'm gonna. No, I'm not gonna. I can't do what I wanted to do. That's almost at the same level that those pipes are at. Surge flow in that pipe. bupkis up there. Okay, that pipe just completely ran out. How exactly? I'm not sure. Tons of oil there. Tons of oil there. That pipe is struggling, and that pipe is completely fucking empty. I don't understand that. I'll try a different pipe. What if I picked you at random? Did that. Oil has entered the chat. Maximum flow. Maximum flow, no lift. It's not meant to lift. That one shouldn't have to lift at all. This thing shouldn't even need to exist. Because that's gravity fed. Versus this one actually has to be lifted. That one has flow, but it has no lift. Wild fluctuations. If I was to go by these flow rates, I'd say it's working. And then I look in there and it's empty, and then it's like, oh, I'm being looked at. Hurry, refill, refill. And down it goes again. We turn the upper plant off, so there's nothing going out the outlet. These should fill up and then just sit. Like that one. That's a full pipe that's in status, in stasis. And then there's this one, which is just empty. Because this tank is empty. That tank is empty. And that tank is empty. And that tank is empty. And yet this pipe is pretty full. This pump is not working. That pipe's kind of empty. That's kind of low. That one's doing better. That one's halfway, and that one's mostly empty. Seem to be filling. I have a net positive 1,100 cubic meters per minute, and dropping rapidly, and coming back up from 200. So it's surging, so it jumps up from time to time. The fill rate plummets because the drain rate jumps, and then vice versa. The drain rate is going because it's trying to send oil to the next buffers. Draining right now. This is max flowed up, which means it's putting fuel or oil further up. So based on these numbers, I would say that it is filling. Overall, it is filling. I'm going to let it sit for a bit, and I'll come back to it. Which unfortunately means this entire plastic production is currently offline, which is going to affect some things further down, but I'm not terribly worried about them. It's not like I need them per se at the moment. We've just got about half of these off, which is to be expected. I don't need them for power anymore, so this entire line up here, that is all just from the generators turning on and off. I'm going to let that sit. I'm going to let that fill. And you can really see these plutonium plants turning themselves on and off as they fight for fuel rods. Should be the only thing they're fighting for, because like this one's got 6. Whoa! Sorry, I was looking at the water. Okay. Good to know. It's not a fuel problem. Well, that one's a fuel problem. That one has no fuel. No fuel. No fuel. No fuel. No fuel. Okay, you know what? I want to kind of turn this off and wait for the fuel to charge up. And also, it's not getting enough water. Which train is here? Turn off self-driving. These plants are clearly not getting enough water. That's an issue. So I'm going to turn off their water supply entirely, which will turn them off, which will allow the fuel to recharge. And I need to find out why you don't have more water. Because I went to great lengths to make sure that you would have plenty of water. How much water is in the train right now? Well, that car is about half, and then that one's full. Half. Mostly full. Mostly full. Less than half. More than half. Mostly full. Interesting. You're not connected. I've got a mixer pipe and then nothing connected. I managed to do that. Try to strategically place these pumps so that no matter what, it's forcing water into the station. Which may be part of the problem, honestly. Have to actually get rid of that shit. having the mixers on the inbound side may be part of the issue. Especially with no buffers. I know the train's stuck. It's not my problem right now. I was like, this pipe right here. Oh, wait, that's not connected to anything. I was going to say, that pipe right there has nothing in it. I don't think I need additional fluid buffers. These things are holding 2,400 apiece. Have an efficient day. Each one of these holds 2,400. They're all completely maxed out. These things hold 1,600. So it's all about that flow. About that flow, about that flow. Is how... It's probably how much lag time there is between getting the water from here to there on a train. Even with as short a distance as it is and two trains running simultaneously. So the question therein is, would a third train fit? Would a third train help? I was showing 400, 160, 400, 646, 387, 874, 340. Wildly different numbers on the inbounds. I could tear out all of this plumbing and put in some more buffers. But I felt like the stations would have enough buffer space on their own. I'm going to start with a third train. One didn't connect. I know, the name's super imaginative. We're at 134, correct? 135, 134. Save, engage. So, whoops, get back in the train. If I turn this off, back you off the switch. Nice centered ramp that I'm about to screw with. It is a very nice centered ramp. Let's destroy it. Take the door. Grab the door. Just going to move all of this. Why are you the wrong color? I am guessing there's no way I can literally shove two of these in side by side, can I? Maybe. Just have to believe. If they're too close, the trains will hit each other. Bowing. Why are you bowing? I need you to be twinsies, nice and straight. I don't know that I think that's straight. It looks like it sort of, it did. It sort of drifted over on the way up. Do it again. I want it straight. one specific problem with doing this is that the game is going to see both of these tracks as one. Oh, good. And that clips in. And also, it didn't work. Yeah, it's not working. I were afraid of that. So because these are the same color, the game sees them as a single track. I don't know if I can get them wide enough apart and to fit on this ramp together and still register as separate tracks. Just select that, select that. I feel like this can be done. I just got to try and get the game to cooperate with it. How far can I absolutely get you? It's literally right there. It's maybe a square further over. Yeah, that looks significant. That might be more than enough. It's just a matter of trying to get them to go all the way. Twinsies. Different colors. That's what I need. All right. And drag you up. And drag you up. On. It's right on this edge, and it's being very picky about it. So what I want is a block there. That will tell incoming train to stop here if there's a train there. I gotta put another one out here so that once that train's out of the way, it will go down the slope. And that'll actually work, just right there. I love how they stick up through the roof because they're too tall for the space that I made. So that did successfully switch out these tracks. So now I could have 4 trains if I wanted. I think 3 is a good start, because I think the issue is the transfer speed, not so much the quantity. That being said, I may still need to try more pumps into this, as many as I can fit, or at least turn them all up with some slugs, so that this thing is filling as fast as possible. That probably would be helpful. And I managed to maintain my symmetry. Look how nice that is. I'm going to put the door back in. Think. Paint it green. I am going to leave them off for a little longer because I'm trying to get more fuel to get into this system because these things are... they're empty. At the end of the Mixmasters. There's no fuel rods in these at all. That one has 6. 7. None. None. They shouldn't run. Or this one might run because it's got enough water in it still. A couple of them have plenty of water in them. It's like if I stole these, excuse me, I said if I steal these, thank you, and give one to you, or 2, now it's going to start running immediately because it's got water in it, right? Yeah. You won't because you don't. You don't have water. These are empty. Turn 2 of the trains back on, but I'm going to leave C turned off. And that means I'm just going to deliver water. Oh, well. I just wanted to realign the trains, but that one just delivered a load of water. I kind of want to leave the water off so that the fuel has a chance to reload. Because right now the fuel is an issue, and I may need to look into why it is still such an issue. Now kiss. Okay, so down here on the lower level, some of you are going to get some slugs. Just to make sure that we have extra in the system. Yeah, pick some at random. Or sort of at random. You get some slugs, and you get some slugs. You get some slugs. You get some slugs. And you definitely get some slugs. Bunch of random slugs. And yes, these are going to clip like hell, because this is a plumbing disaster. Oh, right through the belt. There's a limit to how much clipping I will accept. That's acceptable. I love how easy it is to attach these to the underside of an existing track, but to get that track up there is a pain in the butt. Wow, there's 4 of you stuck down here now. They can't go anywhere. They're all literally jammed. Well, I'm going to make it worse. my gosh, everywhere I move, there's something in the way. Get off. My placement could not be worse. Could not be worse. Zoop, please. This. Ah. Well. And I'm guessing I can't just stick a platform to the underside of it? Kinda. Kinda, yeah. Is it even? Not really. Will it work? Damn it. I had that. There we go. Will it work? It'll work. I don't have a good way to place that without removing the rails, which are occupied by two very lovey-dovey trains. My Zoop, please. I could move this track, though. Door... there... Question mark? Yeah. Put my Zoop away again. Fortunately, I didn't want it there. Nope, I still need that. I just want Zoop. All right. I wish I had more windows. Ow, 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 ow. I need to stretch. Those might look pretty cool in black. Black exterior, bright green interior. Ah, that's horrible. This door doesn't sit flat at all unless I remove the tracks. Which I don't want to do because there's a train sitting on top of it. Actually, I could totally do it. I just gotta get in here, turn this off, put it in reverse. Put it in reverse, Terry! Close out. Come down here, delete that. Delete the door. Then put the door in on the platform. Grab the rail. Reconnect it. And I'll even go so far as to remember to turn self-driving back on this. So they can go back down there and try and kiss. They can't because the light won't let them. I'm in the wrong section. I haven't even looked yet at. Hold on, I gotta readjust something here. This is still not matching up. I see. I haven't even looked at the features that are coming in 1.27. I know it's coming, and I know it's got a bunch of updates. I know there's a new game mode in it. But other than that, I haven't really looked at it to see what it could or could not maybe do. It is awesome to see that the devs are still doing updates. I love that about this. There we go. now we're in. I'm sure there's going to be a lot. Whoops, a lot of improvements. Oh, give me my Zoop. Given how deep into this playthrough I am, because we're at like 200. What are we at time-wise in this? Show me. I'm hitting F1. We're at 214 hours into this game right now. So I probably wouldn't change a whole lot. I might, just to experiment with it. But I've literally built this entire map in this existing world. I don't know how much I would want to alter it. But I'm curious. I am curious. Would definitely like to see some quality of life improvements. The snap system needs a little bit of work, but it works pretty well most of the time. I would love to see an actual pipe improvement. Maybe like a Mark III pipe that could carry even more than the two. Because there's only two versions of the pipes right now. And that's part of why I have this plumbing chaos. It's because you can only handle 600 cubic feet per pipe. That's their maximum flow rate. So I'd love to see an upgrade for that. I know they've been talking about putting in I think I've heard them talking about the hitbox thing. But I know one of the things that they have talked about also is putting in yeah, tanker trucks. That's the word I want. As like, I could see that being an early game improvement for liquid transport. But I would love to see just a new, like a Mark III pipe. I think would be super helpful. Green really pops. Not there. There. I would like some roofing, please. It's like a shed on the side of it. Just random green accents that would be sticking out of this. Let's go glass. Ding ding. Ding ding. I used it too. Thank you. I then shove it. I can. I absolutely can shove a flat roof under that. Enclosed. Now my zoop. And now some flat. It's not bad in black, but I would say that. I like black. Black with green inside. Alright, let's go take a look at our fueling problem. I don't necessarily know that we have a fueling problem, it's just that it's producing a whopping 3 per minute. And even if each plant only uses 0.1 per minute, I have to be able to get the fuel to them. And right now, the priority settings are allowing a lot of it to get sent to plants upstream instead of downstream. I may just need to manually take the fuel out of the upstream ones and move it to the downstream ones. So okay, I do maybe, I don't know, do I have a problem here? How big do these, or how full are these tanks? Get off the ground. They're pretty full. I'm concerned that these lower ones, they need pumps. I'm concerned that they need pumps. That's a way to get rid of water. Put 2,400 square meters of it into a tank and then delete the tank. Camera shut off. Remember where my power connections are in here. Wire. Right here, there. So that way the bottom ones have forced flow out. It's low on nitric acid. How are you low on nitric acid? I specifically designed the nitric acid plant for this. Let's see, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. There's 12 of them running at 15 per minute. Or 1,280. Let's go to the nitric acid plant. You, sir, have one purpose. Why are those off? What is happening inside this box? It's low on gas? How is that possible? There's like nothing else using the gas. It's low on gas. Okay. I have 2 pipes of gas coming in here, and you're telling me that that is not enough. Ah, just let my head close. Where do they come up? Right there. There's 2. How am I so low on nitric? I hooked up 4 of these. And you're telling me that is not enough? How many nitric acid trains do I have? Why is that empty? That one's completely empty. Okay. Whoop. What did I just land on? There was nothing there. How many of these trains do we have? One. Okay. So I think we found the source. Let me turn my camera back on. Or attempt to. Engage. I think I might need to take another pair of Tylenol for my neck. Come on, reset, please. Here we go. Dynamic head movement. Okay, so we have 6 stations and 1 train. So there is the problem. First off, since the train is not here, get off the ground. Bink. Oh, that could be a problem. I need to check the track before I do that. I have no idea where this train even is. I need to make sure that there's passing lanes already pre-built before I go put trains down. This is one of my earlier lines. This was probably the second line I built. So we'll use the tricks that I learned on the last line to do this line. You put the sidings around the station. Bam. Anyway, you put the siding around the station. Set it up so that the train in the station is the one that stops. But this is a really short station. This is only 3 platforms long on a train that has 9-10 vehicles. So I'm gonna have to keep that traffic light there. So now if I put a train down any train that comes from that direction is going to get diverted down this track. Also, again, we're going to have to update our train counts. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. Everything needs to be that color. I'm going to paint your engines that color because I'm lazy. Timetable. Nitrogen train B. And we're at 46, 7, 48, 49, 50, 51, and then drive back to nitrogen. Save. So now you gotta sit here while I go and fix the rest of these stations. So we're gonna go for a little flight around the world. I was thinking about eventually optimizing all of these tracks like what I'm basically doing here, which is go put the sidings around the stations instead of between them. Hey, there's a train about to go up the spiral. Look at him go. Because when I was first building these, I was putting the sidings between the stations. And then the last line I built, I was like, what if I put them around the stations? That way the returning train just goes around all of the parked trains that are getting loaded. And I tried that. It worked really well. So at some point I was going to optimize all of this. So yeah, the biggest issue with this train was definitely the lag time on loading, because I forgot that there was a single train on this track responsible for all of the nitrogen. You dudes are a pain in the butt. They love train tracks. I don't know what it is. I can see nitrogen 2 on my HUD. There it is. No, not that. Go to architecture. Can I blow that up? I don't have any explosives on me. How do I not have any explosives on me? I have to buy more. Stop it. What it's called? Knob.
Use of these products invalidates any warranty. Function not guaranteed.
Here we go. Leave that side. Put one. This is another short platform. Put one here. I guess I also have to put one here. Anyway, the siding is a different color. I'll have to fix the signals on my way back. Alright, let's build another train while I'm sitting here. Five, 6, 7, 8, 9. See, at timetable, we're at 47, 48, 49, 50, 51. Oh, 46. Save. There's the nitrogen train that I've been waiting for. I haven't even seen it once, and now it's coming. Slow. Oh, I can jump. I can jump. Jump. Want to get this train out of the way. Might actually just need to make this siding longer. Ah, damn it. All right, well, I gotta I gotta fix. I gotta fix some shit. Okay, so that bypass should be fine. That light will stop any train from going into the main base until the main base station comes back. So if I want to put one more maybe here, that way there's room for a train to park on the siding while waiting for a train to go, and then a train sitting here could also go. I jumped to this location because I thought that the main nitrogen train was going to come over here and crash, and no, it drove into the other station and crashed. So we're doing good. And I don't have a way to jump back there, so we're going to have to take the long, slow flight. But now I kind of know where I'm going because there's a giant flashing red triangle on my screen. So I'll just point it right at that, and I'm going to take a drink. PayPal data breach. Fantastic. I went with caffeine-free Coke today. Came home from work this morning, had some chow mein. And I feel like having something caffeinated on top of that. So, just some caffeine-free Coke. I used to keep caffeine-free on the truck, and I would have a can at the end of my days with dinner. So it's sort of a comfort food item in a way. Almost there. That's funny. It was still on the track, and then when I got close enough, it rendered the wreck. That's funny. So why did you try to go that way when I already put a light there? To tell you to go the other way. Why didn't you change tracks? Come on. Here we go. I actually really like Sprite, but the fizzies. There's something about the fizzies in Sprite that sometimes it's just too much. Reverse, please. Go forward. I always hated when Sprite would give me the fuzzy burp. You get that fuzzy burp in your nose. Like, I like Sprite. It was one of my go-tos when I was younger, but yeah. Alright, station 47. Okay, so I want to have another block. There, but I want it on the other side of the track, please. I don't have a good way to force you to reverse. I don't want it there. You're just gonna have to move. What I need is you there. I think that's far enough. Because we want to just do this so that I can then grab a block and do that with it. That way, the next time there's a train sitting in this station, the return train on the siding will see that this area is clear and proceed. Theoretically. Train B is mad. I'll go back and deal with it in a bit. I gotta finish this optimizations. I'm only at station 2. And I think there's 7 of them. Interestingly, one of my gaming sodas most of my life has been a pretty standard one for a lot of gamers, which is Mountain Dew. When I was playing racing games as a kid, I used to drink Mountain Dew a lot, especially when I was a teenager, particularly when I was a teenager. My gamer fuel. And you get cans with like Halo characters on them and stuff. So I'd drive a race, I'd win it, and during the win screen, I'd take a sip of Dew. It was like my own personal little reward. I got super addicted to the stuff. By the time I was a senior in high school, I was going through bottles of it a day. I would literally have like a 24-ounce bottle in the first two periods. And then I'd buy a 20-ounce at lunch. And then I'd come home and have cans at home. Just going through a lot of Mountain Dew. Super addicted. My great-grandmother, when I was young, she lived in Saskatchewan. So we go up to Canada every now and then to visit. Oh, this station's going to be annoying. And there's a dude on it. Cool. So, one of our trips to Canada, we helped her move into a care home, and so we were up there for like 3 weeks. It was the longest one trip I think I was. I need my dynamite. I need to remove a tree. So yeah, I spent like 3 weeks in Canada at the time, which was like the longest single trip to Canada I've had. And all of the Mountain Dew that I could find in town, this is a tiny little town in the plains. All of the dew that I could find there was all caffeine free. Canada was like, there is way too much caffeine in this shit. We're taking it out. So I bought what was a normal amount of dew for me. And, oh, I hate that. And drank it. The problem, or I guess the benefit, was it had no caffeine in it. So 3 weeks of being on caffeine-free Canadian Mountain Dew broke me of my habit. And ever since then, I treat Mountain Dew like a pleasure drink. I have a can here and there. The nice thing about it being that I can actually just enjoy it again. It's not something I'm highly addicted to and I constantly have a need for and all of that. You go that way. You go that way. Okay. Another siding done. I will say that when I started driving, I switched to wild cherry Pepsi. Because I've never been a coffee drinker or an energy drink person. When I first started driving, my go-to to try and stay awake was wild cherry Pepsi. And I was going through a lot of it. And it started to give me digestive issues, which in a metal box on the road is problematic. So I basically straight up quit. I was like, I'm done. I'm done with the wild cherry. And now I almost never opt for the wild cherry Pepsi. I might get a cherry Coke from time to time. There's less caffeine in Coke than there is in Pepsi. And yeah, so when I can get it, if I want, that sort of Coke Pepsi fix, I get the caffeine-free Mountain Dew. Because I had gotten to the point on the truck where I would have just a can of caffeine-free at the end of the day as a way of saying, all right, the day is done. The day is very done, and this station is very done. I've been trying not to go overboard on soda since I got off the truck, which has been a bit of a struggle. Because I used to just free drink soda when I was at home because I considered being home being on vacation. So, hey, let's party. So I'm attempting slowly to get myself to stop doing that. So, like, I can get the Arizonas now from Winco. I need you on the other side. I can get... So, Arizona's in... Can you open? Arizona... Open. Arizona. I don't drink the tea. But I do like their juices. Their canned juice things. And they're normally like $1. And I can get them at Winco for as little as 68 cents a can. So on the truck, the way I transitioned from... I don't know if that's long enough for... No, that has to be long enough for a drink. On the truck, part of how I transitioned out of constant soda was I switched to fruit juices and then I switched to water. And I'm sort of trying to do that at home. Except instead of fruit juices, I'm using Arizona. It's a lot easier to see which track I'm following if I leave the highlighters on. Hello. He's on his way back. Oh no. This is one of the stations? Ah, crap. This had to be a nitrogen station. Oh no. Okay, this is going to be interesting. Why don't I start by trying to drag this and shove it over here somewhere? Like, there? Such a big hole. I'm just gonna have to do it. I don't really want to do it. I like having flavors in the drinks as well. It's one of the issues that I had with trying to do water straight on. Because it didn't have the flavor or the texture that I expected or wanted. Or was otherwise looking for. So, like, I tried just doing water flavorings. And, yeah, I didn't care for them. I tried. Okay, I need an up. I need an up. And I was like, I can't do fizzy water at all. I do not like seltzer water, so that didn't work. Juice was also a short-term fix because there's actually as much, if not more, sugar in a lot of juices than there is in soda. Oh, I don't like that. I don't like how that looks. Yes, it'll work. Does it look good? No. We still have the bucking Broncos as well that could be fixed at some point. Ah, that's the last station. Fabulous. Also, it's another tube. Problematic. Bugger. It's just a long stretch right here. It would create a bottleneck. I feel you there. With the not being able to drink it slowly, not being able to enjoy it. This whole section is a dead end. Because it goes into that station, stops, and then it just comes backwards. So the only way to put another like siding would be to try and put one around this viaduct. Or on this viaduct. Which I could. I don't know that that's strictly necessary. We've got 3 trains now. I could easily put a 4th one in. That should theoretically quadruple the amount of nitrogen coming into the main base. Because I can put another one here. Broke that. That's not where that goes. Five, 6, 7, 8. You are nitrogen D. Sounds like a medication. Gonna have to up the counter for the trains because we just had it up front. Gonna ride this back to the where the other ones are stuck. of them dudes stuck on that track. And one in that station. It's going to take a minute to get back to the base. I'm going to grab some Tylenol. I'll be right back. It's been a minute since we've ridden a train in this game. Alright. This is where I'm at. I have to go the rest of the way myself. Or I could jump. I have to figure out which way I'm aiming. Follow the exclamation points. You can't go forward. This dude's in the way. And he can't move because that dude's in the way. And he can't move because I need a signal here. Tell it that that train is out of the way. Ta-da! That one will pull forward. Once it's cleared that signal, then this one will move on. Nope. That's problematic. That indicates that that other train is headed this way, and it's going to come up here and get traffic jammed as well. I did something incorrectly. Pretty sure I know what I should change. One of these signals needs to go. Because that would indicate that this entire section of track, including this piece here, is all one piece. Which tells signals at the next station that there's a train on it. It is a very long stretch, though. I could just put a normal crossover somewhere on it, but I have to go catch a train that I'm pretty sure is on its way towards me right now. There it is. And jump. I can't say words. Hello. I'm doing alright. Welcome to the channel. I can't pronounce your name and I don't know why. Hope you're doing well. Okay, hop out. This is ground controlled Major Tom. Go up! Go up! My gosh! Okay, I'm gonna put a bypass in right here. Siding. It's a track siding. Transport block signal. Let's put that there. And then put one here. So that half of the track and that half of the track way down there are two completely separate parts of the train track. Come on, go forward. now if I put you on the siding, turn on self-driving, you're going to stop. No, get out of that. You stop. You've cleared this entirely. So now a train. I see a bunch of yellow flashing lights. A train should be coming. I don't know which train is coming. Jump. It should be coming. It is not. So why is it not? I deleted your signal. You should go forward. Station unreachable. What station are you trying to get to? Oops. 46. You're at 46. You need to go to the next one. $47, $48, $49, $50, $51, base 46. Save, go. That train won't move forward into the station until that thing gets further up. So it still needs a block. So that train will move up. You'd think with as many of these as I've done, I'd have a fantastic intuition of how to do them correctly. And yet, I still manage to be repeatedly doing these bottlenecks. Which train are you? This is the OG. The original. You can use your mini-map to see these two trains here. B, I believe, is currently in a station. D is ready to joust with me. So they've successfully passed each other. Why are we still sitting? Are these two in fact sitting? Oh my gosh. Are they sitting on the siding? I'm gonna take the train because the train is faster. Can I have Q, please? Turn off self-driving and let's go. The train is faster than trying to fly all the way back down there myself. Racing the quartz train. I should probably stop. Yeah, I should probably stop. Maybe racing the quartz train right into an accident. Block signal. I need a way to separate that, but if I put you there, then you're going to be clipping into that other frickin' track. My issue with having them like this is then it allows another train to get stuck on that section. Because I've had that problem with the other ones. And I thought I had fixed that by putting it around the stations. Apparently I have not fixed that. That is the wrong button. E, Q. Turn on self-driving. A train that's over there, which is C. I've got A train here, which is D. I am sitting in the OG, and B is in front of me. So theoretically, C will sit in that station until D makes it into that siding. Train has not moved on. Are we moving forward because he's in the station? Oh, I got a hitchhiker. Bye. I want to watch these two. Success. Okay, that one worked. Still chasing B. C is coming up behind. This is going to have me stop because right now B is on the line ahead of me. C can keep going because it's running off the signal that's at the back of the station. Making progress. They're starting to spread out, which is good. That other train is far enough ahead of me that I've already got a green for the next station. There's still a lot of lag because all four trains are out right now. I may want to add two more just to make sure that we've got a full, like a continuous loop. Because having four of them show up back to back to back And then having none for an extended period of time is not going to fix the problem. But this last stretch between 5 and 6 being a one-way right now is problematic to that vision. But the stations are set up in a way that each one fills up X amount of cars. So I need to go through every single station in order to completely fill the train. I need to make a loop down there. I need to make a loop and I need to make 2 more trains. Dude's already on his way back. Okay, we're in the lag period now. The train horn means it's done and ready to go, but we can't go until that other train comes past. He is on his way. That wasn't a bad wait time. Still need more trains, but I might not need the extra loop. These two right here, this is my concern right now. I got B coming in, it's going to bypass C, but I have to make sure D doesn't end up on that line first. So far, so good. They're passing. D is over there patiently waiting his turn. What Why do these numbers look super weird? Look fine there. They don't look like they're in order here. Those two passed each other. That's good. This should just be an express train all the way back. One is pulling into that station, so I should be able to just run right past it. Aha. Okay. It's a little bit glitchy, but it works. Probably because I've got that signal there too far in. But it works. Man, B is way ahead of me on its way back. But it hasn't had to intersect with anything since it passed D. Are nitrogen. E. A sports. Where am I? 48, 49, 50, 51, home, 46, 47, 48, 49. Save, activate. It's waiting for C. I have 8 cars, right? 9 was the locomotive. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, and locomotive. And that makes you nitrogen. F. We're at 48. 48, 49, 50, 51, home, 46, 47. Save, start. My primary concern is them getting stuck on the main lines between the stations face to face with each other. I've attempted to design this correctly so that they should just pass each other at the stations. Trains going out are stopping at stations to load up. Trains coming back have express route to just keep going. That's the idea of how this is supposed to work. F is waiting right now because D is coming. It appears to be working. It may not be the smoothest, but it is working. The idea with 6 is that it should spread out the deliveries so that they come in pretty regularly. I picked 6 trains because I've got 6 satellite stations. So that shouldn't cause a head-to-head, shouldn't. Because there's places for them to pass each other. Slightly laughing at myself, Dempsey, because I've done this so many times now, you'd think I would have it down pat. Also, so everyone's clear, we are still fueling the plutonium reactors while I'm out here screwing around with it. Sitting in the back of the train watching it go up a hill like that is like watching a caterpillar walk. Well, I will admit that the trains work better when you just build a loop, like I ended up doing with the iron train, because it had too many trains, too many stations. Just building a world loop is still more efficient than this whole siding passing thing. I'm here. I've got D coming up behind me. And then a gap. Because E is way behind. F hasn't even made it to the end. So right now, it's me and one other train right now that are headed this way. And that's it. It is working. I'm going to hop off. Hi. Good luck. So ideally, I want to have enough trains coming in back to back to back that these stay full as much as possible. I do have a couple of these that are currently flowing. Are those not connected to anything? Not one of those is connected to anything. Okay, that's fascinating. I was sure that they were, but they're just holding it, I guess. I've got everything else coming out down here. Are these even plugged into one another? Because they don't look like it. Because I can see it coming out of there and going up. Uh-huh. I got these jammed in here. I can't tell how they're connected to one another. That looks like a water out that's not connected as well, right there. But it might be connected. Yeah, it's connected there. So the water is connected. But these aren't. Well, the train has arrived. So a reminder to self, I've got a bunch more nitrogen connections up here. I'm only using half of them. Hi. Other side of that is these, which is where I'm actually taking it out from. These two should just fill up and stay full because they aren't connected to anything. These ones, however, are. And get up, 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 up. I don't look at shit. Just wanted to see the pipe. Okay, these look pretty good already. Okay, that's looking much better. That's full of nitrogen now. Okay, got nitrogen. One of these plants was that going into? It's this one, right? Now this one's full up too. Full up. Full up. They're all full. To the point where they almost seem like they could take more. They are maxed out. You want a slug? I'll give you a slug. Probably take too much water out. Or not. Copy it. Everybody gets a slug because I'm feeling generous. You get a slug. 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 Which now means they're putting out 75 instead of 50. Which is fine because these use 100. But there's also less of them. Because there's 12 of those, and then there's 6 of these. That one's full. That one's 155. That one's 100. 142. 174. 104. 165. These numbers are all over the place. It's got to be my remixers. That's part of this issue, is because I'm putting the remixers at the beginning input, so the first machines are getting like all of it. Like that one's full. They should fill up now that I've increased the output a little bit. Which meters are we talking about, Bouncy? Oh, got a highlighted train. One's 130, 140. Where is that one's in the end. Base the output of these input. Oh. Because of the way I've done these remixtures, yeah, all the machines at the front are getting plenty, and all the machines at the back are not. So I based my calculations on the combined output, when in fact I've really only got a couple of machines doing virtually all of the work. I thought that it would fill and move over, but I matched up the numbers too closely, so it doesn't have a chance to fill. I'm out of Coke. So instead of these all working, they're all idling, while a couple of machines at the front do all the work, and I've got those machines turned up even higher to try and make up the difference. So that one's got 23. That one's full. 49. That one's almost full. And this one's also got 23. So theoretically, the ones up here should all be full. 50. 50. 50. Okay, so these ones are all full. Grab everything out of this one. And everything out of this one. I'm going to move the fuel that's already made it in here to the back ones. Five, 3, 2. Why do I keep hitting that button? It's nice that I can handle all of this. this without getting the dead. From all of the irradiation. That one's completely empty. Oh, right, I took everything out of it. 9. And 9. So basically, I have enough fuel for about half of this plant right now. And that's it. I thought I was successfully completed on my plutonium plant, and I am very much not. And ironically, there's about half of these that are currently off, because they're also out of fuel. In the uranium plant. That's fascinating. I made the numbers too balanced. Why did I grab leaves? Where did that come from? Paste. Got so many of these extras down here that are all part of the waste control, and they've all been targeted. And I kind of don't want to mess with any of them, even though I just increased the upper level output. Also, these leaves out of my pocket now. That's pretty well full. That could definitely take additional sluggage. That's 178. This one's at 200. 200. What am I standing on? 200. Jump. Get off the floor. That one's pretty full. I'll give you a slug. You're full. You can have an extra slug. 184? Close enough. You get a slug. The reward for work well done is more work. And then see, this one doesn't have enough. And this one just barely got enough. are increasing now that I have more input on the other side. Every time it hits a splitter, it divides equally. There's no priority. That's where the imbalance is. None of the overflow storage is filling. Just put slugs into these, and they're still full. Like, they look like they could have more slugs. So I have to start getting worried about the nitric acid again. The water shouldn't be a problem anymore. Acid's low on that one. And that one. So if you're going to do that, you got to go get the acid. Do that, then I need extra plates. It's 20 plates. Up. $40. 60. 80. 80 plates got up here. There's 50, and then that's 90. That should be. And they're taking 30. 30 and 45 is 75. 75 and 60. 30, 45, and 60 is 135. 45 times 3. 135. Just the same. It's the last number I said, so give it a little more. raw iron is not an issue. These things are maxed out already on outbound plates. Forgot there was 2 more of these machines up here. So that's another 40 plates. 6 times 4 is 24. Times 3, which is 12. That's only 120. Not 20. That's 2 by 6, which is... No, 2 by 6 is 12. That's fine, that's fine. One of you gets to do a little extra. And then you know what? You guys over here, you get to do everything. Sure that we're top. That's 60 times 3, that's 180. 60, 67, 60, 187. Now about that water, where's your water coming from? Where's the hole that lets me get out of the air? Water everywhere. These pipes are looking pretty empty. After all of that surge I just programmed in, we've got gas. Where's the... Oh yeah, the water's coming from here. So, might need additional water. Lord knows I have enough of it at the moment. So I'm just going to cheat right quick. Just get a little extra. We got pretty good flow. There's a train coming. I can unredify. Get rid of that glitch. You. Another one over there. And then that one's got like no flow. a little bit better. Tell me we're not overloading in here on water. Nope, they all look good. Why is nothing coming out of that one? Oh, because it's slightly short on nitric. This upper level may, in fact, need an additional pump. Everything's going into the bottom, and none of it's coming up here. A little better. None of it is making it into the machine. Oh, but there's a little bit. Come on. Every single one of these ones on the top is getting zilch. But the bottom row is running full tilt, so I'm only getting half of the output of this entire building because of that. Because even though those are filling up, it doesn't then translate to up. Like all of those pipes fill up, but instead of push, I don't know where it's going because it's not pushing it up. And if it is, it's pushing it up super slowly. super slow. There's definitely something to be said for doing a system that has multiple inputs. Because trying to just split it all off of a single input is not working. Full. Empty. Full. Empty. Material, get off the floor! And then they'll use less material. So they have a better chance at running. Oh, the nitrogen trains are stuck again. God dang it. They get stuck right at that one place I thought they might get stuck at, because they look like they're all stuck. Every one of them is stuck. Oh my gosh. I thought I had these trains down to a science. So there's one stuck at the station there, which is C. The other two are stuck at the crossover. Or are they stuck at... They're stuck at the next station. I do know what time it is, but I have a little extra time today because I brought the bus home. So I don't have to leave as early. So exactly what I was afraid of would happen happened. I have 3 trains stuck at one station. I have 4 trains stuck at one station. Oh my god. Let me get rid of this glitch. This is exactly the kind of thing I was afraid of would happen if I didn't. But that other track that I worked on had less trains, needed less trains. Basically, you lose your self-driving and you got to go back to the last station you came from. Which may also have a train in it. We're going to go look. Or I could just go down here a ways, put a sign again, and actually, I see the other train. It is glowing red. Give me some track. That freed up one of the trains right there. D is clear. So this acts as a one-way passage. Only one train can be either side of this crossing. Which still doesn't work because this train won't go because it still sees that train on the track. It's an idea, but it doesn't work. And then I got this dude up here who's stuck. have to have the second set of signals. The game is not clever enough to go, oh, hey, that train is now off of this track. It's not designed that way. It has to have a sign like that to tell it, hey, that track is now clear. Never mind. There's another train coming. I can fix it. I can fix it. That train goes that way. Who's coming? I see you in the mist. Where is E? I see E. There's C. That was E. Okay. You started and then you stopped. What train is where? This one? So F is coming down and now this one's stuck. But they're moving again. I don't see how that's going to prevent what just happened from happening a second time. I think the issue therein is that there's just these really long stretches between these stations. This track really should be looped, probably. Looped all the way back to base. And that would definitely solve the problems. Because then you have a loop, then the trains don't have to pass each other. Ah! Get out! See? It's this traffic stacking. They're very cool when they work. luck. I think I did the same thing to this track that I originally did to Iron, in that it's actually too many trains. I thought I had it balanced, but I think it's too many trains for the track. So I may want at some point to go ahead and just loop it back to base. And then I wouldn't have to worry about crossings and sidings. Come out here eventually and finish all of these stations and all of the bridges. Yeah, so that siding there's got two pairs of signals. So that's what I've done before that's worked. From this angle, this actually kind of looks a bit like a city. Right about there. We haven't got much actually building done today, but I have sort of helped optimize a few systems. I need to try and improve the uranium output as well. These things are cranking out the sulfuric acid pretty good. Thank you. am I doing with the output spheric acid on the side? Shit. I accidentally changed the recipe. Well, copy settings. Right now my pocket is full of uranium. I don't remember what we were doing with the excess sulfur. How do you not have concrete? How is that physically possible? Because you're on the upper tier, that's how. It's my mixer problem. Again, this one's at the front, so it gets all of the concrete. Actually, that lower belt is not really producing all that much concrete. No, that's the source of all of the concrete. Why is there not enough concrete? Another belt here that's completely full of concrete. Is it even being used, or is it just a dead end? It's just a dead end. I'll fix it. That's a lot of concrete. Let's see you not have concrete now. Where does the sulfuric acid go from here? Also, how much was this using? 20? No, 80. 80 each. So it's 80 times 10. 4. It's 8 times 4. Brain. My brain is not braining. It's not 4, it's 8. Anyway, which is 640, which is more than a pipe can handle, which is why there's 2. Grab that number, 640. 8 volts. So that's the number I started with. 80. The only thing that these would suffer on is water. Fortunately, I know where to get some extra, because right now it's coming from over there. I have some extra water. Just in case. That way there's some extra water. Just to make sure. So that makes our uranium cells. Now I need to get those into the uranium rods. That I was looking at before. These dudes are all full. Let's crank them up. Stuck on a belt. And that should, theoretically, at 1 per minute apiece, then there's... how many of you in here? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5... There's 7 of them in here. So that now makes that 7 per minute. That should... Can I get to the door? That should be enough to overload the uranium power plant. Each of these uses 0.2. And there's 21 of them already. So if I'm making 7 a minute in the other end and dividing that by 0.2. Is that right? No, that's 2. I said 0.2. Yes, that changes the number from 21 to 35. So that should be enough to overload it. And then they won't run out of fuel anymore. It'll take some time for everything to catch up. So I'm going to leave the water off. Get off the ground, dang it. I'm going to leave the water off in here so this stays off for a while, because I want to try and finish refueling all of these. So the back ones are basically full, so the front ones can fill. This is going to take a while even still. It's like that one has 4 and that one has 19. 19. The front ones are refilling. 20, 30, 50, 32, 50. They are filling. Slowly and surely. So we'll leave the train off for now. We'll let this dry out and fill up with fuel. That one's got 50 in it too. So front row is basically done. This is round. So, bottom. Nice. So if we can keep the nitrogen train running, get the fuel in all of those plants, get the fuel and uranium caught back up, we'll be in pretty good place. Oh, I shut off the plastic plant to allow it to fill. Let's go see how that's looking. Okay. The tanks have all completely filled. So we should be good to turn that back on. Some of the ones down below appear to be turning on and off. You can see the yellow over there. Hopefully I got the flow fixed, so these should run nice and smooth again. Hopefully. That one's course, it's all the way at the end of the line. Yes. So the one thing I need to remember is overproduce for the next level. Don't match the number, overproduce. And if you overproduce, you might be able to accomplish this, where it fills all the way to the end, but that's the issue, is that it's not filling all the way to the end of some of these lines. So if you're at or near balance with the same amount in as you have out, then you need to have an input on both ends, or the product may not filter all the way down. Alrighty. It is 2:30. I'm going to go ahead and call it there. Got some work to do. Didn't get much building done today. Today was much more trying to balance things and get them to work again. So, but progress is still progress. But hey, we got to take a little trip around the world. I haven't done that in a minute. Ride a couple trains. So, very good chance I will probably stream tomorrow, since it is Saturday. I hope you guys have a fantastic Friday. If you enjoy this sort of thing, I do occasionally play other games. Check out my channel videos. Find some of it there. But if you ever want to know when I'm streaming, because I don't have any kind of a schedule, you can like, sub, follow, all that sort of thing. You'll get notifications. Doesn't cost anything. Helps the channel out a lot. And I do appreciate it, even if you just come in and lurk for a bit. So, again, hope you have a fantastic Friday and a good weekend. And I will see you, hopefully, in the next one. Don't see, I hope you have a good day, and I will talk to you soon.